Afternoon testing. 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3. Good afternoon. All right, sorry, yeah, I was planning to stream yesterday. I'm still suffering a little bit of jet lag from my holidays, so I didn't manage to get my energy up high enough to do that. Actually, just looking at the charts, I'm still thinking what I analyzed a couple of days ago is relevant. I don't think much has changed. This was my analysis a couple of days ago. So, I mean, you can look at it or I can just go over it again. I don't think anything's changed, to be honest with you, over the weekend. I'll have a look at the weekly prints. Basically, this was it. And I was just going, what is this? Naked point of control. I went over all the levels. I came up with a long trade plan, some kind of potential corrective ABC. Just went over it in a bit of depth. Came up with this idea, and I'm just going to kind of go over it now. Again, it's good to kind of go back to your analysis after a few days to see what's going on. So where were we when I did that? We were kind of, when did I do that stream? I think I did that on Saturday. We were here and I kind of had it going up a little bit higher. Kind of to here, kind of slowly creeping up. And I've got a 618 based on these pivots from this top to this bottom here. The 618 is coming on lunchtime tomorrow and Tuesday. These are kind of areas of, they're not exact times, they're areas. So now we're coming into the 50% right now. See that? Coming into the 50%. Let me just hide this. I've got my long trade plan, which is my 89k long. And I've got my local corrective EW. Let me get rid of that. Let me just have a look at the volume just to make sure that there aren't any changes yet. Got the range high, range low, that's in. We'll have a look at that. So volume is important. I'm just going to update the volume to see if there's any significant changes. My volume pull is going to be from the 4th of November. Yeah, there aren't any changes. There's no volume over the weekend has made any difference. Now, what you're looking at right now is the price on Sunday coming into the point of control. See that? Getting a reaction, nice reaction off the point of control there. You see that? It's a really nice reaction. So the point of control right now is confirmed as support. Whereas before it was resistance. You see that? Resistance. That was a wash. That was resistance. And now we've confirmed the point of control as support. And so naturally, you're thinking if the price comes down, it should be support. But depending on how the price comes down, the price comes down and it just goes through. Then it'd be like this, wouldn't it? Be like this, kind of like that. It's done it before, huh? It's done it before, except this time we've actually confirmed it as support. So it is possible. And so this is the thing, like while I've got this trade plan here, I mean, this is perfect, isn't it? This would be perfect if we were able to do this, to reject here, go all the way down, to grind down slowly to the Monday the 20th of January for a nice reaction. And so I imagined a trend-based fib here. How did I do that? And this pivot low here. This is the imaginary line. With the current pivot, which may not be the pivot high, you can see actually the 618 is perfectly aligned right now with the Trump pump value area low. You see that? So already this pivot that we've put in now is a perfect ratio. This is kind of what I imagined, didn't I? I said that it would be nice if we topped out here so that the 618 lines up perfectly with my area of interest, which is 89k. And so far so good. So far we've come up, we found a little bit of resistance. We haven't taken the liquidity from this previous high, so we are putting in a lower high at the moment. We are getting a little bit of a rejection at the moment at these levels. But the next big test, I think the next big test is going to be what happens at the point of control, because the price could easily go down and go back up with a big liquidation off the point, off that pivot low, and push up. Price could easily do that. Just the thing is, we don't know what's going to happen at these levels. Does the price just walk through that level, or do you get a little liquidation, trap shorts, and then the price comes back up? Do you take the low there and actually you're looking to form more of a head and shoulders pattern here for a little breakdown? Which will take us kind of to where we want to be. It's still quite speculative, but I do think that I'm not really seeing the impulsiveness that I want to see. So I'm not looking at this and going, wow, this is impulsive. I'm not going, this is the next impulsive move. I'm not getting those vibes. I'm feeling that this is more corrective. I can see that you have decreasing volume here, so it feels quite corrective for me. And then if we're going to get another impulsive move based on my Elliott wave idea, which is that we've already completed this one and we're in some kind of corrective ABC now, or WXY, and then we can actually have the wave 3, the big wave that we all want, which kind of corresponds to a lot of people's expectations with Bitcoin pumping above 100k into price discovery, and with Trump coming in and starting to buy Bitcoin as a national reserve. Historically, the price has gone down the beginning of January, yeah, in the bull market. So when you look at the previous years, here it is. Here. Look, January kind of topped out at January this 9th, came down. This is the 20th here, dropped on the 21st, kind of bottomed out on the 22nd of January. You see that? So it kind of goes up. Historically, what's happened with the price is the first few days of January, the price goes up, and then it kind of bottoms out at around the 20th of January. Okay. And that's when we start seeing, and that's what we want to see, is the impulsive move, the first impulse, the second impulse, etc. The impulses, yeah. That's what we want to see. We want to see impulsive moves. We want to see increasing volume on green candles. That's what we're looking for. So when you come to the current price action, not really seeing that, are we? I'm not really seeing what I want to see. Okay. Now, usually when you get an impulsive move, it's from a pivot low. Okay. And so the question is, was this your first impulse? Was that the pivot low? Was that your first? I'm not quite sure, really. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think this was, for me, this isn't impulsive enough. Yeah. It only kind of went up in 2 days. It went up 2%. It's not really impulsive Bitcoin. There was a little bit of an impulsive day there, here. But when you're looking at the candles, I'm not getting impulse. I'm getting grind. For me, it looks like the price is grinding up, not impulsively moving up. It's just grinding up, grinding up, grinding up. It's not the same kind of price action. And so I am thinking to myself, we are topping out somewhere here. That being said, I could be wrong. And I will be wrong if we flip 100,000 into some kind of support zone. Okay. So for me, that's the kind of invalidation of this idea. It doesn't look like I'm wrong at the moment, but I could be wrong if we somehow flip 100k into support. Okay. We've already kind of flipped the point of control into support. So that was the first sign of strength. Basically this 50% mark, this 50 fib. I think if we flip this 50 fib, which is a shade under 100k, into support, and I think what you want to see is you want to see support holding as support, so you can actually see that. I think at least that, at the very least, then we're going up to 102k for a test of the golden pocket. But then the higher we go, the more difficult potentially it will be to come back down. But I don't know. I don't like the structure of the way it wouldn't look right to me if we just go up like that. I almost think like we have to go down, but I mean, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. Looking at the order flow as well. So I was kind of looking at that a little bit. Getting a little bit of bearish divergence here. So that's the other reason why I'm a little bit bearish. If you see this pivot high here, this one here, you see the high has been put in as a lower high on the price, and you see here on the CVD it's a higher high on the CVD. So there is some bearish absorption or bearish selling here in these highs. That's an indication of kind of bigger players selling into the price. Here you can see it on this time frame. You can see the CVD. We put in a higher high here. This is from the 6th of January. So when is the 6th of January? Today is the 6th of January. So from 5 a.m. today, the CVD's gone higher, but the price has put in a lower high. You see that? So there is bearish CVD here. So you can tell that some people are scaling out. Yeah, it's just locally we're getting a little bit bearish CVD. Obviously over on the higher time frames we're still kind of bullish, but I do think like I do want to see bullish CVD at the lows, and at the moment I'm not getting that. I'm not getting bullish CVD at the lows. I am getting bearish CVD at the highs. So I thought that kind of affirms the idea that I have, but it's hard to predict the future. So I'm not really predicting the future. I'm not longing right now. That's basically my strategy. I'm not longing right now. I'm not looking for longs. I am thinking about shorting, to be honest with you. I am. That being said, I'm not looking to short above the point of control. we have a naked point of control above here. And we're into a daily level here. You see that? We're into big resistance here. It's a daily level and it's a 50 fib. We're coming into resistance here. We're washing this level, but we are finding a bit of resistance. So there are shorts potentials here. I almost want to go up and down to short. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. If we were to just kind of go up and down, like have a little failed auction here, maybe a liquidation of that pivot high, like a real easy short entry. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we can liquidate that high with a liquidation and fall back underneath this daily level, then you'd have a setup for a short. It would look like this. It would look like this. You'd be shorting underneath that loss level, but then you'll be targeting the lows. And in my mind, I'll be targeting 89k. That's kind of what I'm thinking when it comes to a short. And you'd obviously have a big take profit at the point of control. That would cover your short trade. It would be very, it wouldn't be a swing short. It'd be more like a scalp that could develop into a little bit of a longer trade with a big take profit at the point of control. Okay, to cover your short. That's what I'm thinking when it comes to a short here. A liquidation of that pivot would be followed by the loss of this level, so no reclaim of this level, so another rejection with a swing failure. That would be your short entry with an invalidation above the pivot high on the swing failure, with a first TP at the point of control. And your target basically is the range low. Your range low is all the way down here at 8 to liquidate the range low. That's my idea for a short here. So my entry is very clearly a swing failure followed by a loss or not being able to claim this level here, this daily level, this 50% level. Okay? If we go up, then you have to wait for it to come back down. So you're not going to short while the price is above this level. If the price goes up, you're not going to go and short up there. But if you do lose it, then that's when you short. You short the loss. The weakness would be the loss, the sign of weakness. And I think I'd want to see a swing failure. You could short now, but you could also get liquidated, stopped out with a swing failure, and it still go down. So you're kind of looking for an entry, a swing failure followed by a close. Some closes back underneath this level would give you a nice entry for shorting, and then you'll be looking to take it right back down. So I am thinking about that right now. I mean, I haven't really been looking at shorts, but you know, if you get a setup that could present itself, and I wouldn't really take more than one attack at it, one stab at it. So I'd be looking for those conditions to fulfill before I took that, and then I'll be looking to take it down to 89k. Now the question is, do we take out 89k or not? Do we take out the range low or not? I think I want to see the range low taken out. Okay, I want to see a big liquidation at the lows, a massive gigantic liquidation. I think that would be the recipe for our bull market, mega bull market. And so I haven't really changed my opinion on the stream a couple of days ago. When I look at ETH BTC, I'm not seeing much strength, and I am seeing weakness in BTC dominance. I am seeing it's back underneath 58%. We're still not seeing the crazy alt season, are we? And BTC dominance is falling and alt season hasn't happened yet. So I don't really know what that means. Like, you would have thought BTC dominance is dropping, that means the alts should be pumping. I'm not really seeing that. I'm not really seeing alts pump. So we haven't really got the breakdown yet on BTC dominance. We had a really bearish weekly candle last week. Look at that. This is extremely bearish. So I do think we're on the precipice of alt season. We are back up. We are underneath this kind of trend line, which I've drawn. See that? We kind of lost it. We got back above it. Now we're underneath it. It looks really bearish, doesn't it? It looks quite bearish. I think confirmation here would be to take out this low, to see a breakdown on BTC dominance. I think that has to correspond with BTC going up, actually, Bitcoin going up. And we haven't had that yet. Have a look at ETH. ETH had a really bullish weekly candle last week. Could be a little bit of a bull trap. That was a bearish candle, a little bit of a bear trap, followed by a bull trap. I'm not 100%. It's decreasing volume and the price increase. Thing is, if Bitcoin pulls back now, this is going to pull back too. This is going to pull back too. This next weekly candle is going to go all the way down. We're at the kind of range high, the value area high rather. Trying to get above it, not really doing a good job at the moment. Do we go down for a test? One more test. Or does it go up to come back for a test? Well, I think it depends what happens with Bitcoin. If Bitcoin can hold and flip 100k, then this is going to go up to 400. And if Bitcoin doesn't manage to flip 100k into support, then we'll probably reject and go down for the lows here. That's kind of what I'll be thinking. It all depends on Bitcoin. Bitcoin at the moment is still in control of the market. Yeah, you can't long or short here. It's just impossible. It's just grinding up. Yeah. So spot, yes. If you're in spot, no problems. You can do whatever you want. But there's no leverage plays here at the moment. It's just whatever. It's quite choppy. It's grinding up. And we just have to see if and when it rejects, or if and when it tops out. Let me have a look at MicroStrategy while I'm here. If I can find it. Hasn't opened yet. We haven't actually filled the gap here on MicroStrategy. I think I'd like to see the gap filled, to be honest with you. I'm still in that mind. I'd like to see the gap fully filled, which would be a 1-to-1 on this move, which hasn't happened yet. That's really what I want to see. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not 100%. I am thinking something more like that. Could it be more like that? Yeah. Let me just kind of map this out a little bit. ABC, 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 ABC. ABC, ABC, C, it should be there. there. C, 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 C. Something like that, huh? Get rid of these. I like this. ABC, 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 and another ABC down. 28th of Jan is here. It's quite far away, huh? Based on the timings. Yeah. 1 to 1 would be a bit earlier. You could also kind of bottom out like this and then bounce for the actual impulse. Kind of want this gap to be filled. That would fill the gap there. And then let's just delete these properly. There you go. Like that. It's the gap there. ABC, 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 ABC. ABC. 618 gap back test. Monday the 13th of January, a bit earlier. There's another gap lower down at the 1-to-1. There's some deeper gaps here, which would also backtest this value area high. So that's quite interesting as well. So if we do have a breakdown, then you actually can go much deeper here and still remain bullish. But I think more bullish would be just kind of come to the 618 based on this move. Let me do a fib pull here. Full fib. No, nothing. Look at that bounce off the 382. Right, we'll keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on this, see what happens. So, I mean, TRVL is clearly struggling. Yeah, I spoke in my stream yesterday. I said it's struggling. I didn't create a video yesterday, but if I can, I will. If I can't, you're just going to have to catch it in the live streams. So apologies for that. But I do, every time I stream, I do talk about TRVL. So if you're not seeing individual videos on TRVL, then you can catch them in the live stream. You might have to kind of scroll forward and search a little bit, but it's not hard to do that. Yesterday I was talking about how this was actually quite bearish right now. I talked about what I wanted to see, which was a V, some kind of bullish reaction from a potential inverse head and shoulders idea that I had here. And we're coming in for a test. That was the test. This is the test potentially. But you know, if you're going to get a bounce, you go up. You know, you don't just you don't dilly dally here at the on support waiting for something to happen. If there was genuine interest right now, the price would explode. What we're seeing is market weakness across a lot of altcoins, which is continuing. Yeah. I think when you get altcoins that are continuously weak, it just tells me that Bitcoin hasn't bottomed out yet. That's really what it means. I think once the market is certain that Bitcoin has bottomed out, then wherever the altcoins have bottomed out, that will be the altcoin bottom for the next move, effectively. So back in August, it was down here, wasn't it? September, it was down here at 2 cents. We've gone up in 5 waves, in 3 impulsive waves and 2 corrective waves. The corrective waves were very bullish. They were very flat corrections, flat. I had 2 Elliott wave ideas, and it so happened that this one was the correct one, with a final 5 being a weak 5 because the 3 was weaker than the 1. This completes your wave 1, and actually we are in a macro 3. So we've completed our wave 1. We've put in a higher low here, and we've begun the next wave. We're in the wave 3, but we've completed the wave 1 of the 3, and now we're in a wave 2 of the 3, and soon we're going to have the 3 of the 3. Now the 3 of the 3 is going to be a lot longer and a lot more bullish than people expect, because it's the 3. The 3 is generally 5 distinctive sets of waves on their own right. They look, it's a really bullish wave. The next wave is going to be really bullish. You're going to get the 1 of the 3, 2 of the 3, the 3 of the 3, the 4 of the 3, and the 5 of the 3. You're going to get 5 distinct waves, not just zip up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 end. We're going to get 5 moves, individual moves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your wave 1 correction, ABC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be your wave 3 correction, ABC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be your wave 5, and that will complete the 3. We're going to see that in the next wave. And so I'm not sure about the timings. Okay. I do have different ideas for different times. At the moment, we're coming the 618 on this initial move from the 0 point to the top of the 1 brings us perfectly on Trump's inauguration, Monday, the 20th of January. And that's my mark. I've marked that out. I marked that out yesterday, and I've actually mentioned that fib time previously. So while I would have liked to have seen a bit more of a kind of, that would have been a really nice bullish reaction, and we'd be looking at a different kind of correction, much more bullish correction. It'd be more of a extended flat or a flat type correction here. On the higher time frame, we're not seeing that. Yeah, so naturally we're getting more of a zigzag. As always, we're getting zigzags are usually because of low liquidity and lack of demand. Okay, and so what people are doing is they're waiting for because the price movements are so much, people wait for the price to bottom out. So why would you buy now if you could get it at 17 or 18, 20% cheaper? That's what people are thinking. Rather than scaling now, they wait for the price to bottom out, or at every kind of major support level, they take a little bit. Do you sell thinking the price is going to go down 20%? You could, but why do you sell at 9 cents or 8 cents or 7 cents? You know, like when we lost the 5.5 level, why didn't you sell at 5.2? Why are you selling at 4.2? You know, this is the question. Why do people sell when the price has already moved or dropped 50% and we're only 20% away from potentially the bottom? It's just not really good planning. If you're now looking to sell, it would have been better to have sold a little bit as the price went up, as the price pumped, as the price was potentially coming into the last wave. Now, we've been talking about these Elliott waves. I've given two options. So there was a possibility that this would have been the end wave, and I had it in my streams. I also had the possibility that this would be the beginning of a new wave. So there were two options. Right now we're seeing a correction, and it's quite a deep zigzag correction. I'll be looking to pick up more. I'm not looking to sell. I'm looking to buy more. I think a lot of people are. So I think that the X marks the spot here. It's somewhere between 3.2, 3.6. This golden pocket, it corresponds with 2 weekly levels and a high volume node. There's a big area, and the timings for bottoming out potentially are somewhere in the third week of January, second to third week of January. Now, these fib times are areas of time. They're not exact dates. It could bottom out earlier. It could bottom out later. It could create a bottoming structure here. Yeah, it's not like I'm going to bottom out exactly on Monday or Tuesday, the 21st of January. And we don't know how far down it's going to go. The higher, the better. Yeah, we can just kind of hold here and just bottom out here. That would be really bullish. Huh? It would be really bullish if it just means that people aren't selling and you just bottomed out higher. Okay, people are buying. There are more buyers than sellers. If you end up, if Bitcoin ends up, starts pulling back and goes all the way down to 89k, then it is possible that we get another sell-off, and you are looking for lower, just because people will sell, and the lack of liquidity will prevent the price from falling. And it just means that people who are accumulating and are patient will be able to pick up this token at a really good price. But I am expecting the next wave to be the mega wave. It will be the three of the three. We've completed the macro one. We've already completed the one of the three. This is the one of the three. And the next wave is going to be the three of the three. The three of the three, but I'll be expecting 5 distinctive sets of waves. 3 impulsive 5-wave moves and 2 corrective ABC type moves. Okay, potentially topping out at the end of April. Potentially, that's kind of what my target is. We'll have to track that, and we have to see how this plays out. And I'm not sure about the targets, but I do think we're going to clear 15 cents. And then also if that is, if you end up with a wave 3 pushing up to higher prices above 35-40 cents, the golden pocket area, then I'll be looking for a 4 corrective to come back to test the top of the one, which is somewhere around 10-11 cents. Okay, so I am kind of still following this plan, and then the wave 5 can be a really sharp impulsive move to all-time highs right at the end of the bull market in 5 waves. It's kind of where I'm at now with the structure of TRVL. I think the most important thing for people to remember is that once we do get a breakout to the upside, it's going to be pretty massive. Yeah, we'll end up going to all-time highs. I don't expect the price to just stop at 30 cents or 40 cents. Just because of the way the price has been consolidating in a downtrend, and then when you get this kind of breakout, there's a higher time frame breakout, and you do expect the price to rally to all-time highs after you get this kind of downtrend. I do expect the price eventually, if we do break out, I do expect the price to hit all-time highs. That wouldn't, it's not out of the realm of impossibility. That makes sense, doesn't it? To have this kind of downtrend and then to break out and hit all-time highs. That would correspond with the rest of the market. So at the moment, just looking at the kind of the current price action, we kind of have lost the value area high, and that's quite bearish. We haven't managed to get back up for a back test, but what's actually happened is we've kind of come up here, finding a little bit of resistance, and now we're kind of falling down. And so I am thinking lower at the moment, unless I start seeing some kind of bottoming pattern here. some kind of rounding bottom. I want to see a rounding bottom or some kind of bottoming pattern, like an inverse head and shoulders or something like that. That would require me to think, okay, the bottom could be in now. And when you look at the previous price action where we bottomed here, you see, look at the bottom here, we did get that, huh? We got an inverse head and shoulders here. That's your inverse head and shoulders type pattern. That being said, we lost the neckline and then exploded. Maybe on this scale you're looking at it, maybe it was more like a failed auction of the lows until it finally found support. Higher lows, you're looking for higher lows. This was the rounding bottom. See that? Rounding bottom. That was the whole, that was the key, the rounding bottom. And then you had you took out the lower high for a higher high. That was when the price started to turn, when we took out the lower high. I posted that on my X when that happened, and after I posted that, the price was around 2.3 cents, and it went all the way up to 9 cents, didn't it? Went all the way up to 9 cents. So we are kind of looking for something like that. At the moment, we're also looking for something similar, aren't we? We're looking for market structure to change. At the moment, market structure is bearish on the daily time frame. We've put in a lower low. We've put in a lower high. We've put in a lower low. This is bearish. This is bearish market structure. And good morning, Georgie Campus. I'm going to answer your question in a second. And so this has to change. This market structure has to change. At the moment, we're creating lower highs and lower lows. Yeah. So the next time you take out that low, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, we need to change that structure in our area of interest. We need to change market structure in our area of interest. That's going to be an indicator for the bottom. Very similar to what we experienced at the bottom in September. We had the same thing, didn't we? We had exactly the same thing. We had lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. There's your higher high. There's your higher low. There's your market structure change. We had the change there. You could have still caught the price at 2.4 cents all the way down to 2.1 cents. You don't have to catch the bottom. You don't have to catch the absolute bottom at 2 cents. You can wait for the market structure to change. Yeah. And you can wait for the bottom to round. We could wait for the market structure to change. You can wait for the first higher high. You don't have to wait for confirmation. You can wait for the first higher high. And then you're still going to catch the bottom. You don't have to really jump in and try and catch the bottom when it's falling. You can just be patient. That's what I keep on saying. You just wait for it to happen. It was very difficult to sell the market structure change here without losing so much value, because we put in a higher high, and then by the time we confirmed market structure change with this lower low, yeah, the price is already from the high. We're already down 50% from the high. It's really difficult because we had such a sharp sell-off. Yeah. And the problem here was that we went up so fast, and naturally it came down so quickly too. Yeah. So it wasn't a slow turn at the highs here. It was a sharp, and then TRVL does this. TRVL does go up and down really quickly. And so sometimes it's very easy to miss the top. You have to be really trigger happy to catch the top on TRVL. It's just synonymous of a really illiquid, low traded token. It's indicative of the project, to be honest with you. That has to change. and we just have to keep on putting pressure on Dtravel to expose this project and expose this token to more exchanges and to more partners, and to get more trading involved, trading competitions, etc., to get more people active. My view is that it needs to go and buy Bybit derivatives, but it's not going to go and buy Bybit derivatives until we can increase the volume of the token. We're not going to increase the volume of the token if we don't get more utility and more make the token more attractive for people to buy and sell. Bit of a catch-22 situation when it comes to TRVL, and it's just the facts of the matter. So until that happens, I think for most people the safest play is to just continuously buy and hodl, buy the dips, and skim profit from the rises. Now that I'm tracking this, I think we could bottom out somewhere around here. I'm not selling. I'll probably be looking to buy more. Actually, I'll probably be looking to pick up more TRVL. And actually, what I'm thinking about doing is dumping a lot of my weaker coins and putting them into TRVL. I'm reanalyzing all my portfolio in this next kind of drop, and I'll be looking to redistribute. And I'm looking at TRVL as a strong one because it has shown strength in the past with a higher low. It has shown real good, strong moves. You know, this last move was 344%. That's quite good, huh? A lot of altcoins weren't able to do that. TRVL has been able to do that. If that's just the wave one, then potentially this next move could be take us from about 3 cents all the way up to the golden pocket. You could get 1,000% move, like a 10x. And I'm not saying it's 100%, but I'm thinking there's a high probability that we do a 10x in the next wave. And so that kind of gives me confidence about this token, whereas I see a lot of other tokens they're more risky, and so therefore I'm thinking to myself of redistributing my portfolio at the right place. And effectively you're buying TRVL, selling other tokens at the right place where you're buying TRVL. That's kind of what I'm thinking of right now, but I'm not doing it right now. I'm just waiting to see if it can hit my target area. The other big news is that Dtravel is winding down the Dtravel Discord, and all of the activity will be moved to Telegram. Okay, so if you don't know about that, then I'm just kind of giving you an update right now. I'm not sure if they posted that yet publicly, but they're going to do that. So if you're on their Discord, they're winding that down. Go onto their Telegram. That's where all the activity is going to be. And then the other kind of the latest news that's been posted on Dtravel is that the rewards season 1 airdrop is now complete. And basically they're going to be sending TRVL to people's base accounts. I have no idea how it works. I kind of did a few things. I probably will get a bit of TRVL. I don't know how much. I wasn't a crazy participant in this. Let's see. I'll have to have a look. I have no idea, to be honest with you. I have to see how I did this. I can't remember. So let's see how much. I'd like to get some feedback. So if you do get some TRVL, give me some feedback on whether you're happy or not with the TRVL you were awarded for the work that you put in. All right, that's kind of my TRVL update. If you've got any questions, please post it underneath this post or comment. And if you don't mind, just like or share my video. That would be much appreciated. Ideally on YouTube, because that's kind of where I need the YouTube algorithm to work for me. So Jorge Campos is saying, Amir, I heard a comment this weekend that don't just look at the price of Bitcoin, you have to look at the hash rate. Yeah. Well, honestly, the Bitcoin hash rate baffles me too. The hash rate basically determines how difficult it is to mine Bitcoin. Yeah, that's what the hash rate is. So the higher it gets, the harder it gets to mine Bitcoin. Yeah. hash rate. You see the hash rate? So it's getting harder and harder and harder. Effectively, what it means is that it's becoming more and more competitive to mine Bitcoin, and that increases the value of Bitcoin because it becomes more difficult to mine Bitcoin. So the hash rate's going up, and Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin goes up too, because it's harder and harder and harder to mine Bitcoin. That's basically what that is. Is there a connection between the hash rate and the price? Probably not. Probably not. I think you can look here, the hash rate's going up, the price is going down. Here the hash rate's going up, the price is going down. I don't really know. I don't really think it makes much difference. The hash rate just tells me that there's more demand for mining Bitcoin across the world, but the price of Bitcoin goes up and down based on market, on the wider market, based on the market sentiment, because Bitcoin is still classed as a risk-on asset. So while the economy and the world's economy is doing okay, then people are willing to gamble and buy Bitcoin. And then when the world falls into some kind of pandemic or recession or something like that, then they'll just sell their Bitcoin. So I don't think that's got anything to do with the hash rate. It's just got everything to do with the sentiment of the wider market. And here you can clearly see, look here, the price is high, the hash rate is low, the price goes down. There's no real, I don't really see a correlation. And maybe there is, but I don't really see it. There you go. Altcoin Dreaming also kind of adds his point of view. Higher hash rate means increased mining costs, meaning that Bitcoin needs to be worth more to be profitable to mine. And the increased mining cost comes from the competitiveness of the network. So effectively there's more nodes mining, and so it becomes more difficult to mine, and therefore the cost of mining that Bitcoin goes up. I think there is a relation there. And also there's something to do with the halving, although I don't think the halving, when was the halving? It was May, wasn't it? See, the hash rate went down after the halving. So I'm not sure. I don't really think that, I don't really think there's a connection. I don't know. Something else that I saw was that long-term, what is the ticker for TRVL? TRVL, it's just TRVL here. So I don't think anything's changed much when it comes to Bitcoin at the moment. I think we're into resistance. I think we could go higher, and I think if we can take out this pivot high and fall back underneath this level, I'll probably be looking to short Bitcoin, probably. So I'm not short right now. I'm not looking to short right now because I don't have an entry. But if we can take out that high with a liquidation and fall back underneath this daily level and 50% mark, then I'll be looking for a short. And then I'll be looking to take it with a big take profit at the point of control. I'll be looking to take it all the way down to 8 to 9K. Otherwise, if the price is able to flip 100K into support, that's going to be a big level. Yeah, because even though I've got this going down, it could always go up. And if it does go up, I still want it to come down for an impulsive move. But I don't really like the way the structure is right now. I think, like, looking at it right now, if we do go up, we're probably going to explode up. We're not just going to grind up. If we do want to go up, we're probably going to just kind of rally up. It'll probably go up crazy like that. And then the big pullback will be there, will be more like that. So if we are looking to go up, then it'll be more like that. Maybe to put a new all-time high. And then actually then you'll be looking for a corrective move, maybe off a back test of the golden pocket, which would be about 102K, whatever, for the next move. And then you'd have to say, well, I missed the first wave. This was the first wave. Even though for me it doesn't look impulsive, it looks very kind of grindy. you know, you never know. You know, crypto's crazy. If we suddenly explode up and up, then this whole thing will look like some kind of not Adam and Eve, cup and handle pattern, doesn't it? And then you'll be looking for a pullback here for the big impulsive move to begin somewhere here, rather than what I've initially got here, which is something like us rejecting here and going all the way down to 89k. So I don't actually, I'm not contemplating higher at the moment, and I'm not in any longs right now apart from spot. I'm not in any longs. Yeah, if it goes up, it goes up. I'm not really worried to miss the move because I'm in spot, so it doesn't really matter. And then I'll be looking for the pullback to long the pullback for the next move, or I'll be looking for a rejection here of a swing failure of that pivot to short all the way down to 8 to 9k. I'd prefer that because that means we can liquidate the range low, which is right down here. I really would like to see a massive liquidation before we rally. Yeah, I don't like the idea of just grinding up, taking out the high there and not liquidating. Yeah, I really don't like that idea. And also when I'm looking at MicroStrategy, I think we have to go down. Like I'm not looking at MicroStrategy and thinking we have to go up. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking we probably still need to go down to fill this gap here. There's a couple of big gaps here. There's one there. There's a bigger one down here actually. At the very least, we haven't been able to fill this first gap. So I wouldn't mind if we go down and fill this first gap. And I've just counted this pattern. And I think we have another kind of 1, 2, 3 down to go down. Oh, what did I do? Capital.com. US 500. S&P 500 reacted off the VWAP. Oh, I'm seeing, I mean, I'm seeing bullish divergences here. I do like it. I'm not liking. It's a different one, is it? It's the same one. BTC 1 and CME. Yeah, I mean, I longed from the lows when I said I was long, and I took profit. I'm basically out of my longs. Basically, I have a little runner going, but that's about it. Yeah, I'm not like it's hard, isn't it? I like to predict the future, but I don't know. I would like to. I am waiting patiently to see if we can come down on MicroStrategy and on Bitcoin. If it continues going up, I'll miss it. Basically, I'll have my runner won't miss it, but I'm not kind of making crazy money just because my bias is to go back down a little bit, and that just corresponds with the. And it's weird because I'm kind of looking at the previous market from 2 years ago, 4 years ago rather, and I see that in January 4 years ago. When was it? Here we kind of led up 7/8. Look, topped out on the 8th of January, and then it was going down all the way down to the 22nd of January. See that? Down, up, down, up. So we're getting a little bit of a sell-off until the kind of the inauguration, whatever that was. Was that the inauguration? It probably wasn't the inauguration. Oh, was it? Yeah, it was. It would have been the inauguration, wouldn't it? January the 21st. Was that the inauguration 4 years ago? Would have been Biden, huh? Hmm. Did we get a big liquidation here? Kind of, yeah, because that's, look at it. This is the range low, wasn't it? Look. That was put in on the 11th of January. This was the actual low, wasn't it? There. Couldn't hit that low. But that was put in on the 4th of January. It's kind of slightly different, wasn't it? But we did liquidate. That was a big liquidation, wasn't it? And then we had more liquidations there. So we did get some big liquidations before the price went up. And I think that's the recipe for the price to go up. Big liquidations. And right now, I'm not really seeing that. I'm not really seeing what I want to see. So it kind of makes me hesitate. This is your big liquidation. Then we had some more liquidations here. Price bottomed out, and now we're going up. And now I kind of want us to go down. And at the very least, if we're unable to go down to 89k, which is to take the range low, at the very least, I'd like us to take out these lows. These lows would be enough for me. If we can come down and just liquidate these lows, I'd be okay with that. Hold a higher low. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with holding a higher low, not taking the range low and just liquidating these lows, catching out all the early longs and then pumping up. I prefer to take this low, this range low. And so effectively you take the range low, but you're still higher low on this pivot here, wherever the low comes in. So not taking this low, this low here. So that for me that would make sense. Big liquidation, take out that low. But short of that, if you see that the price can't do that and it just kind of takes these lows and gets right back above, and that might be it. That might be enough. Short of that, I think we just have to expand up to all-time high or just underneath all-time high, and then the entry will be the pullback, will be a corrective pullback back to the 50% mark for an explosive move in some kind of cup and handle pattern. I'll be looking for that. And then I wouldn't really expect, I don't necessarily expect us to go up to all-time high and go right back down again. The only time I think we could possibly go up and go back down again without take it would be if we don't take the all-time high. That could happen too, like that. Same idea though. A little bit of a failed auction. Now the way to short that would be a capture and loss of the golden pocket. So you wouldn't really short that, but the minute you go above the golden pocket and lose it, then you could probably short that to come all the way down like that. But we'd have to see what happens as and when the price action presents itself. So there's lots of things that could happen. We just have to keep an eye on it and see what happens next. At the moment, I'm favoring going down. But, you know, how can you go down if the price keeps on going? Oh, actually, look, we're getting a little bit of a rejection here. Look, see that? So, and that kind of corresponds with the bearish CVD that I saw earlier. From 5 a.m. this morning, we're getting a little bit of bearish CVD here from 6:45 a.m. this morning. This pivot high here, look, just see this pivot high, higher high here on the price, sorry, lower high on the price, and on the CVD we're getting a higher high at 12 noon, 12:20 noon. And then even here the CVD doesn't make a higher high, but it goes up pretty high, and the price kind of, you can see there's a little bit of divergence there. So when you start seeing bearish divergences at the right level of resistance, now the entry for me would be an SFP with a liquidation. Otherwise I'm not going to short. I'd like to see that first. That's my entry. Otherwise, you miss the short. I'm not really too worried about that, to be honest with you. If I miss it, I'm not really fussed. And what's interesting is that 2 days ago, I marked out this extension at 99,888 based on the 618 coming to my level of interest, which is 89,000, this Trump pump value area low. And we're kind of coming into that area and finding a little bit of resistance. So I kind of made that up 2 days ago, and it's coming to that area, finding a little bit of resistance. If we can get a liquidation here off a swing failure, I'll short with a loss of this daily level. So at the moment, it's kind of just trying to, it could always go down and go up. Like it could always do this, up and then down. And that's my entry. That'll be a nice short. Let's see. And actually, when you're looking at altcoins, usually when Bitcoin is bullish, altcoins are more bullish. And I'm not seeing that on altcoins. So I'm kind of pretty much out of all my leveraged altcoin positions as well. And spot, obviously, I'm not touching any of my spot positions. I've already looked at TRVL. TRVL looks a bit miserable at the moment, isn't it? Looks pretty miserable. Doesn't look strong. Looks pretty weak. And when you're looking at other altcoins as well, they're not really looking strong. Like they're not. It's just, what do? Do you sell? No. You just have to wait patiently for alt season to really come home. Like Prop S. What can I say? It looks miserable. Huh? It looks pretty miserable. Prop S. What do? Do you sell? You can't sell, can you? Well, you could actually. You could sell right now because we're losing the value area low here, high here. But I think the other thing to bear in mind is on this local range, we're coming into the value area low. So you can't really sell. You just have to be patient because it could just come into the value area low and go right back up. You could get a liquidation or whatever, take out these lows here, the range low, and go right back up. We're always going to go down to go back up. Yeah. And I think that's the way impulsive moves work. So while it's grinding up, it doesn't usually ever go up, except maybe, see, I had a long trade there and it didn't work. Well, it did potentially, not really. Couldn't find support on the point and control. See that? Bounced, but there wasn't really much support there. We've got this daily level which we've hit. And we're losing this value area high. When it comes to Elliott waves, I thought that was the first impulsive move. It clearly isn't. Clearly isn't. So let's delete that. I guess this correction continues. Yeah, I guess this correction continues. We just have to assume that this was different. This isn't correct. It's all quite subjective. So let me just update this and redo it. Let me just redo the whole thing. I think this first one is okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to there. I think that's okay. This is the correction. I think the correction's okay. I like the correction. I like the correction, and I like this first impulsive wave. just clear these volume levels again. Let me just try something else. Get rid of this fib time. Let me try and count this a little bit differently. 1, 2, 3. Let me just do it like this. 1, 2, 3. ABC. I don't like any of this. Just have a look at this. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. It just looks like that's a 1, 2, 3 there. One, 2, 3. I'm just messing about right now. All right, I'm just going to redo this completely, actually. I have to reevaluate because I think I'm wrong. I'm actually just wondering if that's just nothing. It's a nothing burger. And that was your first wave. And this whole thing, this whole next wave is corrective. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. That's it. That was your first wave. And actually all of this is corrective. How did they mark that out before? That's your wave 1. There's nothing else. 1, 1, 2, ABC. let's just count it properly. 1, ABC, ABC. Could it be to there? ABC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that's better. 1, ABC, 2, ABC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or final 5 there. Just check these ratios. Six, 1, 8 looks good though. That's your 1, and this whole thing is corrective. This whole thing is corrective. Get rid of this. What's that one? What's that? Get rid of that. Hide that. Rename that to alt. All right, let's try and count this corrective move. Tricky, but let's try. See how that looks like. That looks good. Like this, delete this again. Let's do that again. just doing this. The only other way I think is to just do this. So you have it's a different type of correction. It's like a WABC, but you have this kind of extra one here, whatever that's called. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like ABCX, which isn't really it's like an extra wave, but it isn't really an ABC. It's like it's an extra correction. So Ali Hash, welcome. Yeah, can't really. I think it's more like this actually, because you've got these kind of really impulsive corrective moves. There's no real ABCs in those moves. It just goes up. You see that? And the rest are kind of like ABC moves or corrective moves. You've just got these two weird moves that come in between these bigger moves. You've got this bigger move here, then you've got this strange impulsive correction, then you've got this kind of a WXY here, and then you have another strange impulsive correction, and then you're kind of falling back into your correction. So I think we're coming to the end actually, just looking at it, just based on my count. It looks like we're coming to the end of this correction. It does look like it. I'll kind of save this. Correction. And just based on the origin, this up, based on this count, impulsive count. Where's my impulsive count? There it is, these two. We just drag those out. If I do a really bog standard fib pull, just from bottom to top, we're coming to support at the 50% mark. Maybe we just hold here at the 50% mark. That would be ideal, huh? Look, it does correspond quite nicely with this daily level, which we've already washed once. We've washed that level, huh? We've cleared the liquidity from that level. And if it doesn't hold, then you've got a much stronger level down here. This is a really strong level down here. at 0.053. You've got a weekly, daily, and you've got the golden pocket. Yeah, much stronger level here at 0.053. That would be another 35% drop in prop S. That's basically your buy, yeah? That's the big buy here. If we were to get that. Because you've already hit the golden pocket once. It's obviously offering support, but now you've got the weekly and the daily liquidity level at the same place. And so potentially that's your buy of the century on this token. Kind of similar to TRVL at 3.2 or 3.3 cents or wherever TRVL finds support. Maybe we'll be looking for this to find support here. If we lose, and so the question is, do we lose this 50 fib? Because if you do, then that's your buy for an impulsive move up. That will be your next great impulsive move. And that's correction complete, and you're going into your wave 3 then. Let's just be conservative here. Let's not be overexcited. So let's just say hypothetically we bottom out. So if we bottom out at the 618, the 618 trend base extension will take us to all-time highs. If we bottom out here, then we're going up much higher. So it would depend on where we bottom out. You have to see. And then you have a 618, a 1.618 would be really, I think that would be my target. An extended based on this trend base extension from the golden pocket. It's an 8,000% increase in value, eh? But just a straightforward 1-to-1 would be a 1,600%. So there's quite a lot of potential gain in this token, just based off this first 5 waves and this kind of extended corrective move. It's a really long correction, to be honest with you. So I think this is quite bullish. And looking at the indicators, I can clearly see that there's hidden bullish divergences here. The weekly is in oversold territory on my CCI level, on my CCI chart. The MACD is going lower. The lows of the price are higher. So this is quite nice to see. It's hidden bullish divergence. It means we're seeing absorption on the high level. You see my 3-day chart is in oversold territory. Again, the MACD here, the MACD isn't actually diverging. It's actually just following the price. This is the 3-day chart. Again, the price, this isn't really showing any divergence here. It's kind of just the MACD is following the price. So it's hard to see. But on the weekly time frame, you can see that the lows are lower, and on the weekly time frame, the price, the lows are higher. Okay, as long as you don't take out this this pivot low from July, effectively. So we've been correcting. This whole move is a correction, possibly, and just based on timings, it's a tricky one. Timings, because we had such an impulsive first wave. It's really hard to time this, huh? Really difficult to time this. I can't really time this, just because the impulsive wave was so fast. We've had this. How much did it go up? It went up 1,400%, from in this first move, and we've had this really long, prolonged correction. I mean, just looking at the chart like this. Actually, let me just hide these lines. Could also be something like this. So ABCW, ABCX, ABCY. Could be like this as well. Something like this. There's your first ABC. Up to then. Something like that. This is easier to see, so it's quite, you kind of have to change the time frames sometimes. Yeah, that would take us to the lows here. It would take us to the golden pocket, the original golden pocket. If this went to the 618 of that, this kind of WXY corrective move, that's really the best price for this token at the moment. It's going to be somewhere in the range of 5.3 cents. 5.3 cents. Yeah, it's a big drop, huh? It's a big drop if we go down that far. It would require Bitcoin to go down to 89k. If Bitcoin goes now down to 89k, then we could see a big sell-off on this, and that will be the final resting place of this token for a crazy impulsive move. So that's kind of why I'm a little bit leaning bearish on Bitcoin, just simply because I'm seeing a little bit of weakness in a lot of the altcoins. And so generally speaking, when Bitcoin bottoms out, the altcoins also bottom out. And here the altcoins are clearly not bottoming out. They're clearly still showing weakness, aren't they? Bitcoin has just gone up to 100k, hasn't it? So let's have a look at Bitcoin. So this is the test there on Bitcoin, big test. Bitcoin. Oof, look at that. That's your squeeze. Let's have a look at the order flow. That's big volume, huh? That's really big volume, and that's a really big long. That's not a squeeze. That's a big long. Just a massive long just came in there. Some imbalances here. Let's have a look at so this is actually quite bullish, huh? I just want people to be aware of that's a really bullish what I'm seeing right now. It's not bearish at all. You've got big single print here forming. Massive single print. Slab's gone up as well. Oh, it's really bullish, huh? It's really bullish. I'm just not seeing altcoins pump, huh? So I'm not 100%. This is quite bullish. This big buy. So until there's no shorts here because it's really bullish. That's a really bullish long. If we lose this level now here, then that would be a short for me, right? So we're coming into kind of, this is the naked daily point of control, which I had marked. Then we're coming into the golden pocket. Then we're coming to the value area. So now we're coming into resistance. And we have to see what happens next. We've taken out this pivot high. So there's no swing failure. So there's no shorts. And now you'd want to see weakness. Weakness in this context would be for the price to fall back underneath 93, 99k basically. If you fall back, if Bitcoin falls back underneath 99k, then this is a failed auction. This whole thing becomes a failed auction, and then you're going to see short center, and you wouldn't be able to short this. Would you be able to long this? No, you couldn't long this either. That's the problem. You couldn't long this either because you're longing into resistance. And even though the order flow is bullish, it is bullish. The order flow is bullish. You've got increase in OI, 16 million. Dominant order size plus 12 million longs. It's bullish. It's like one big long just entered and just fucking took the price up. Leverage long. It's invalidated the bearish CVD that we had from before. That's been invalidated, so that's good to see. So this is quite bullish. Let's see if ETH is following suit. No, look at this. Oof. ETH BTC is going down. Well, ETH is going up, but ETH BTC is going down. So the spotlight is on BTC at the moment. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Don't really know what's going to happen. Let's have a look at the DXY. Oh, look at the DXY is it's fallen again. It's fallen underneath the previous high, so showing massive weakness here. Let's have a look at MicroStrategy because that's probably just opened up as well. Oh, it's gapped up. Look at that, gapped up, and it's going up. Another gap. Looks like it's filled the gap actually. So Bitcoin has to flip 100k into support. So right now we're not seeing that. We're just seeing a little bit of a pump. And we're coming into the golden pocket and the value area high. That's going to be a big area of resistance. Prop S. All-time low VWAP. Plus 786 plus value area low. Yeah, I think it's a good place, but again, I think it all depends on Bitcoin when it comes to Prop S. Like again, it kind of, look at this is looking really healthy. Huh? Shit, Bitcoin is looking really like it really wants to go up, doesn't it? So if Bitcoin doesn't reject here and it just goes up, then rather than us going down, we'll be up like this, and then that will be when altcoins start to pump, when Bitcoin pulls back like that. And so we have to see what happens. So who knows? Like again, this is really bullish. This candle here is really bullish. It really is. Can't long it. Just have to, I don't know what you can do. You can't do anything. I'm not in any big longs. I'm in very small longs. So just runners. I'm in runners. Going up or down? Or lag? Ding. Reconnection successful. A little bit of lag. No. Golden pocket, value area high. SPX has gapped up, hasn't it? So that's really what's going on. Big gap. Gapped up above the point of control there. Yeah. So, I mean, I think when it comes to Prop S, it all depends on Bitcoin, where we find support or not. I think we're coming to the end, huh? Look at that, the volume's coming in there as well. Just in the last 30 minutes, bam. Prop S is up 3%, 4%. If Bitcoin goes up, then the next pullback could be the next big entry. If Bitcoin goes down, then we'll be looking for lower. So we don't really know. You said the VWAP was also important. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, look at that. You're right, huh? Look at that VWAP. That offered support before, didn't it? Look. Again, I've got this bottoming out on the 20th of Jan, just based on this extension, WX, if this is correct. All right, let's see what happens. What else did I want to have a look at? Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. So let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a look at Ray. Ray and Tai. Okay, so let me just have a think Ray is just generally quite a strong token. Hasn't impulsed yet, so we're still correcting here of some sort. That was your wave one. 1 ABC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that was your 5 there. One, two, maybe that was. Let's just have an update. 1, 2. Maybe that was that. So there. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe something like that at the moment. For one, two, three. I've still got the altcoins coming down. This is the problem. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've still got the altcoins coming down, and so I don't know what if that means Bitcoin goes up first and pumps, and then altcoins go down, or something else. Keep this into the golden pocket. Bitcoin dominant, DXY dropping. All right, I'm not 100% on anything at the moment, so I'm just kind of looking and just trying to see what happens next. I mean, obviously I want everything, I want all season to happen now. I'm not too fussed about trades. I'm more interested in spot. If we start getting parabolic moves, I'll be happy, but at the moment I don't really have any trades on. Let's have a look at Slurf. I'm just not seeing the impulsiveness that I expect for a wave 3 on Slurf. I'm just not like, look, this is your wave 1. Look at the volume. Yeah. Look at this wave 1, the wave 3 of wave 1. Look at the volume. And then look at the volume. So how is any of this impulsive? No, it's not. Look at the volume. Shit. And really, that's my hesitation when it comes to Slurf and to altcoins. I still think we're correcting, unless I see the volume to confirm the increase in prices. It looks very corrective to me. It doesn't look impulsive. It looks like this. It looks like this. This price action looks like this, doesn't it? So it grinds up, it grinds up, it grinds up, it grinds up. That's when you dump, and that's when you get the impulse. I'm still thinking that. I'm still thinking like that with Slurf. We're getting, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, the price keeps on going up, and you see things. Should I buy more? Look, are we in a upward corrective move? It looks like it to me. It looks like it's an upward corrective move. That was a downward corrective move. So potentially there's another downward corrective move to come. Whenever this kind of stops. Whenever this tops out here, potentially we've got another kind of, this kind of corrective move. Based on those fib times, those pivots, 0 to the end of the 1, the 1.618 brings us on the Trump pump, the Trump inauguration week. Here it says the 22nd of January, but it's an area of time, isn't it? So I am wondering if that's where this bottoms out. Trump's inauguration. I'm still thinking that. I'm not thinking, and you know, impulsive moves, they don't happen when the price is going up. They happen after the price drops. And so like we are getting a little bit of an impulsive buy here, but it's kind of decreasing volume, increasing prices. It's not really what I'm looking for to make me think. It just looks corrective for me when I'm looking at Slurf. At the moment we are coming into resistance. It kind of crossing at the moment, actually, looking at Slurf. Let's have a look. It's a high volume node. The point of control is still at the highs there. You could put in a little bit of volume here to flip this level, but I mean, you almost don't want to right now, do you? You almost want to go higher and then flip and then come back for spot. I don't know. We have to see what happens here. It looks quite, it's just grinding up, isn't it? It looks like it's just grinding up. Looks quite bullish, but these kind of mid sections of these corrections are, they always look bullish, don't they? So if you do have a big double, like again, it's another WXY, maybe WX, like that's kind of what I'm thinking, something like that, for an impulsive move from some kind of significant liquidation, pivot low, value area low, something, and then we can get our big impulse. And And then if this wants to go higher, so be it. Go higher. And then actually be looking at something else. Yeah, you'd be looking at something slightly differently. When it comes to SLAV, it could totally do that. You could totally get like a corrective move which looks like an impulsive, like we get like a bam impulse hits the point of control, but it's actually corrective, and then you're correcting down. That's your to find support slightly higher. That would be more bullish. But if this just continues the way it's continuing, then I'll be thinking something like that, right back into the coming into the value area low here. Hit the value area low, because we haven't actually hit it. Take out that pivot here, liquidate, and then impulse. That's kind of what I'm thinking until I see something different. That's kind of where I'm thinking. And I'm timing wise, I'm still thinking Trump's inauguration. Trump becomes president. That would be a really, potentially that's the safest time to buy crypto. Potentially. Whereas like people are looking at the price of crypto now and they're feeling bullish because Bitcoin's going up. It is, look, it's going up. Fuck me. 101k. If we lose 99.5, then this is going to dump like a pile of bricks. Could be aware of that. So we haven't had a test yet. We haven't had a back test. You'd have to have a back test for support of 100k really. If you don't see that, then you can't buy the pump. You just have to wait for the back test where it finds support. And if you can't find support and you just lose it, then guess what? We're going down. We've lost it. It was a fake pump. So it was like a bear trap, a bull trap, sorry. That's kind of where I'm at right now. We have to see what happens. The other token I wanted to have a look at, I did a prop as TAI. Let's have a look at Tai. Haven't looked at that in a while. So I have had a look at this in the past. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh, very tricky, huh? Very tricky. Very tricky indeed. So that was it. That's not your free. Two, 5. One, two. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your 1. 1, red 1. Begins the red 3. And then this is the blue 1 of the red 3. So we've completed that. Fucking crazy bullish token, huh? This token is really bullish. One, two, three, four, five. That's your wave 1. Wave 3. Next one is the big one, wave 3. Did I do any fib extensions? Shit, I did. Right. This is good. Huh? BTC is causing everything to go up. 101 now, but just in the last few minutes, decreasing volume. Oh, this is not good. You see, ETH is pulling back. ETH is pulling back while Bitcoin's going up. That gives me bearish vibes. All right, we just have to see what happens. We're coming into some resistance now. Golden pocket, value area high. Just have to see what happens. That's it, really. At least we've got increasing volume on the daily candles now, so that's good to see for higher prices. I think if it wants, we didn't really see a pullback on this weekly candle, did we? That was from 98. It's already up 3,500. Didn't really see a pullback. already up above the previous week high. Now we're coming to a little bit of resistance. ETH's weekly candle was really quite bullish, wasn't it? Because it closed higher. DXY is now looking to top. This is actually, DXY is starting to look really quite bearish at the moment. All right. It's definitely coming into resistance, so getting a little reaction from that golden pocket. Let's have a look at gold. Nothing much. Nothing really is happening with gold. It's like it's just consolidating. Let's have a look at the order flow quickly again. Like 16 million, 9.5 million, 2.4 million. Quite big longs coming in here. Quite big longs. That was a big take profit. Look, minus 16 million take profit. See that? Big take profit. It's quite unusual. I almost wonder if that the person who bought there sold there. Up 16 million, minus 16 million. But probably not. Order L3 in game, huh? Massive SFP. The highs here today. Getting a bit of divergence, but bearish divergence here in the highs. Marve, welcome. Don't forget to take profits. I sold a bag of Doge. That was nice. This value area high back test there. And technically we're back in this range. So technically that's your line in the set. Don't want to lose that. It's kind of where we are now. So as long as you kind of consolidate, then you can potentially, this would be a good place for the price to consolidate and go sideways to change this divergence, because it's a bit overbought right now. Slightly bearish. Look, higher high on the MACD, lower high on the price. See that? Only slightly. This is quite bullish here. Look, on the slightly lower time frame. Look, the MACD is going down. The lows are actually going up. Higher lows. This is quite bullish accumulation here. So ideally what we want with this is just for the price to hold this range, kind of this previous range here. If it can just hold this previous range, doesn't really matter how long, then it could set itself up for another move to the upside, and that will be a big move, because we could probably break out of this trend line. So that's what I'll be looking for. And then obviously you lose that value area low, just going right back down to test the lows. Pretty straightforward. We lose that value area low, probably looking to take out these lows here. Pretty straightforward for a higher low somewhere down here. Go right back up. But I mean, this whole thing looks really bullish, doesn't it? Doesn't look bearish at all. Just keeps on putting higher lows, and we're in the high of this price action, the high of the range. We're in the highs, we're above the value area high. Everything here looks good for continuation, to be honest with you. So I'm not changing my, like, I'm just thinking to myself, I really need to dump some shit coins. It's hard, huh? It's hard. Feg actually bounced back up. I can't chart it now because it's frozen. But like, Feg actually bounced back up. I think I have to look at Dex Screener. I'm thinking about dumping some coins. L3 in game and order. That came into this area, not so sharp, but came in, found support. Haven't looked at this in a while. Let's get rid of those. Above the previous all-time high. That one. Okay. That held the price. So. Found support there. Found support on the value area high here. We haven't had the back tests. So this previous all-time high, how there's resistance here. And we haven't had a proper test, huh? It's kind of what you want to see, huh? You want to see a nice test and a nice clean reaction, I think. That's what you really want to see. Looking at these movements, one, three, five. Best guess could actually be here. Best guess for the first impulsive move. One, two, three, four, five. Correction. Again, I think we should go down. This is the trouble I have with altcoins. I think they need to go down. I'm struggling. I think that was it. I think that was your wave 5. This little blip here. Nice and sweet, short and sweet. One, two, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that looks like 5 to me. Three, 4, 5. Complete. Just a minute, just an opinion. Huh? I'm not 100. I'm not always right. Huh? And then it goes into this kind of prolonged corrective move. This whole thing looks corrective to me. Even these moves look quite corrective. Not so, not very, not like impulsive. Like this, like these. Which is good, no? Because if that was your wave 1, then we're still in a corrective move ready for the wave 3, which will take this to all-time highs. I'm really interested in this token, to be honest with you, just looking at it. I'm actually really interested in this. Actually really interested. If we can get another ABC corrective like this. Again, it puts it at the 20th of January, inauguration day, on a 1-to-1. That would be nice. Let me just check this actually. Roughly 1.618. Look, that was nice. 1.618. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Correction. Could the auguration be front run? You have one bearish week and then you have a front run of the auguration. I think it's possible. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. I'd like it to come down a little bit more for one more pullback. That's where you think the 5 is, a back test of the top of the 4. Let me have a look at that. Base. Why can I not organize my charts? Those, get rid of those. So you're actually thinking, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's the 5 like that. I'm not crazy about that idea. I think it's taken too long though. The 5 should just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and done. Shouldn't be so prolonged. Just what I've seen. It's quite a long 5 if that's the 5. It makes sense because you're back testing this pivot and it looks impulsive here. 1, 2, 3, and that would be the 5 there. That would be the end. So with correction then, it'd be like that. If what you're saying is true, we've completed the 5 already. So your idea, based on your idea, is valid, 100% valid. Slightly different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So with correction, after you have a 5 waves, it's like a flat. One. Don't really see 5 waves in this 3 here. It's just that ABC 5. It kind of looks like could be 5 waves, but I'm not crazy about it. Oh, you don't think it's over? So it's just 1. So that's your wave 1. Correction. So we're in a wave 3 now, based on what you're saying. just do this accurately. The 1-to-1 was the previous all-time high. I just don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But I mean, if you are in an impulsive wave, you're only going to get 5 waves. You're not going to get more, regardless of all of that stuff that you mentioned. So it helps to exit. It helps to exit when you can, when you have an idea for the final wave, if you're looking for it. So like when you have this wave 3, you're looking for a wave 5, right? After you see this wave 3, what are you looking for? An exit. So the question is, where do you exit? That's why I said maybe that was it. That was your exit. So you don't exit the top, but you exit 20% away from the top. It's your exit. And then you're in reaccumulation. This whole thing is reaccumulation. That's kind of psychologically, that makes more sense to me, because you can see the waves. You can see the wave 1. Once you see the wave 1, that's your accumulation, because you've seen the first impulse. Then you see the wave 3, that's your big TP, and then you're looking for an exit. The wave 3 is the big TP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, big TP, and now you're looking for an exit. And most people aren't trading the 5, they're looking to exit the 5. It's the latecomers that come into the 5 and they get wrecked. So if you're coming into the 5 now, no one has got wrecked because the price is going up. Whereas if you come into the 5 here, you bought the 5, you got wrecked, which makes more sense to me. So the smart traders will trade the 3. They look for the 1, they accumulate the dip, and they take profit on the 3, they exit the 5. And then the latecomers will trade the 5 after they see the 1, 2, 3. And then sometimes they'll get really wrecked because actually they fucked up because it was just an ABC. It wasn't a 1, 2, 3, and then they'll trade it for a 5 and actually ends up doing that. So they get mega wrecked. So the 5 is not a good one to trade. It's always best to trade the 3, just in case you mess up and you're actually looking at an ABC. BTC's gone up again. Fuck a duck. Guys, I'm going to take a lunch. I'm going to take a lunch break. Into the value area high now. No shorts, no longs, just watching. A lot. This is actually quite bullish here. You're getting quite a lot of volume here, and the price isn't going down. It's quite bullish. I'm going to take lunch. I'm going to take a lunch break, a half an hour lunch break, kind of reset. I'm going to have a look at some other coins. Actually, I'm going to have a look at a few coins. So initially I was thinking of a rejection. It didn't happen. So now I'm thinking, just wait and see. How far does this go? Are altcoins pumping? Not really. Not really. Look, ETH isn't really pumping. So I'm not as bullish as you might. I would want to be. I'm not crazy bullish right now. I'm just watching. Game. Oh, I have to have a look at game. Let me come back and I'll have a look at game. I'm gonna go and get some lunch. All right. Yeah, let me bring it up. Can have a look at it now, maybe. It's not game 2, is it? It's game. You like your games, huh? But what is this? Kami is up 16%. What is this shit? This shit coin. Cum rocket. Okay. So I've got game 2 here. Kind of gone up, but not as slightly later, huh? Slightly later. I don't like the volume. Huh? Well, it's trying to get past the point of control. I never expected that, but it's doing it. So CMC. Cheers. Volume's good, huh? 17 million. $17 million is good volume. 100 market cap. 17 million. Mostly on Upbit. BitGet. Where's BitGet? It's hard to analyze these tokens because nothing's obvious, nothing's too obvious, but I really don't know. I really can't. I'm really struggling with this one. I don't really know what to say. I guess it's just accumulate, and watch it go up in the bull market. But other than that, I don't really have any ideas, to be honest with you. Looking at the candles, all of this is bullish because we failed to come underneath here. Swing failure of these lows. Closed down, closed up. That's like a piercing, bullish piercing on the weekly, and now we're going higher. So you've got a really nice kind of potential reversal pattern here. And maybe on the higher time frame it's a massive cup and handle pattern, maybe. So just the candles are good, huh? The candles are good. The yearly candle was good. The price is already up 13% from the beginning of the year. This is good. Take liquidity from lows, increasing volume. That's what you want to see. So these are quite good. Don't know where the volume's gone. Last 6 months was really high volume. Last month was really good. It was a red candle, big volume, and the price is basically stuck in the highs. So that's a big take profit, and the price couldn't go down. It couldn't get underneath these highs here. So that's quite good, huh? And now the price has gone up. We're into resistance. That's the monthly level. So right now it's into resistance. At the moment we're into resistance, just based on that monthly level. I don't know if it's going to break out and go parabolic, but it could, like, every high could be a take profit. Like that. You know, if it's going to go up, it might go like that, where you take profit at the highs, accumulate the dips, and it could behave like that, rather than just, everyone likes to imagine their token going up and never coming back down, but it doesn't really have that structure. It's kind of more like this. You think it's quite likely to do a crazy pump? Might not. I really have to dump some of my coins and start getting these coins. I'm going to take a half-an-hour break. I'm going to start looking at coins I'm going to dump and start buying these crazy coins, because I'm sick and tired of bad shit coins. I need ones that have upward momentum, or at least flat momentum. Yeah, in the bull market it's really important that you don't go against the momentum. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna be back in half an hour. Gonna go get lunch, late lunch. Bitcoin is bullish, pumping, pumping, pumping. Is ETH pumping? Yeah, ETH is pumping now. All right, guys, we'll chat later. Half an hour. I'll be back in half an hour. Yeah, we start break. Took a break. Okay, I'm back. About everything. Marty, hi. Muhammad Azani. No, I think I don't know. I think the Trump inauguration is bullish, not bearish. Okay, what could I say? No swing failure into the into resistance, slicing through resistance as though it doesn't exist. You know, it could go up or down. Ooh, liquidation, take profit, big buy there. Now I want to see some bullish CVD. Now I want to see some bullish CVD. There's another big take profit. Look at that. That's a big take profit there. Off the weekly point of control. Single prints. 101580. Session point of control is in the highs. It's pretty bearish. Yes, it's pretty bearish. That first injection of volume was really bullish. Now I want to see bullish CVD. If we start seeing bullish CVD, then that'll be good. I had some pasta. My mum made it for me. How awesome is that? Yes, so I'm moving to El Salvador. I've decided. I've actually decided I'm going to move to El Salvador. I'm going to get out of the UK. Too many pedophiles and fucked up politicians. If anyone hasn't been following the news in the UK, then you only need to go on X to see what's happening. Elon Musk, he's basically going after the UK government in a big way. Here is a list of MPs who voted against deporting foreign rapists. So we have politicians who, for some reason, for some reason. Love, maybe love is not the right word, but for some reason they're in bed with grooming gangs and pedophiles and child rapists. And Elon Musk is going after the UK Prime Minister. Starmer, that's our Prime Minister. Starmer was deeply complicit in the mass rapes in exchange for votes. He doesn't mince words. So he's going after this our politicians in a very big way, and he's calling for a national inquiry into rape gangs and pedophile rape gangs, Pakistani Muslim pedophile rape gangs. So in case you didn't know, it's happening in the UK. UK's gone to hell. Gordon Brown sold those little girls for votes. What the fuck? So the UK's in trouble, huh? I have been bearish on the UK for a long time, and I gotta get out. I've got to get out of this evil country. I've got to get out. I can't stand it anymore. Here, some Muslim child rape gangs not deported. Scandalabor. Mr. Scandalabor. This is pretty disgusting, actually. There's here, look. CPS means the Crown Prosecution Service under Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, would often not prosecute the Muslim child rapists. For example, in this case, even though the accused's DNA was found in the victim's underwear, they did not take further action. And that was our Prime Minister, our beloved Prime Minister, did not take action. The British state handed down a 3-year prison sentence against the ringleader of a 24-hour-long gang rape against a 12-year-old. The British state has handed out longer prison sentences for Facebook posts, which is true. So in the UK, if you do a Facebook post to criticize the policy, the immigration policy, or just these people who are doing these kind of crimes, you could get a longer prison sentence than actually doing the crimes in question. That's what it looks like. Look, prison for Starmer. What the fuck? This guy's gone mental. It's quite funny to watch, but at the same time, it's pretty depressing. I feel like when I'm in my home, I'm in a safe place. The minute I leave my home, it's dangerous. I'm scared. So in case you haven't picked up on this, the UK is being well and truly attacked by Elon Musk, and everyone is hoping that Trump, when he comes into power, can fix things. Who knows? It's quite interesting. The London's police chief threatens arrest of Americans over online post, says, "We'll come after you." And then Elon Musk says, "You have finger guns, we have real guns." Altcoin dreaming. During COVID times, there's a hotel in my city that was housing teenage asylum seekers, and lots disappeared with no explanation. It's crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happening. Children missing from Brighton hotel highlight plight of unaccompanied asylum seekers. That's ridiculous. Last year or 2 years ago. I mean, you can't solely blame the current government. The Conservatives are in power for 14 years and they did jack shit. A bunch of idiots. All of them a bunch of corrupt idiots. Robert Jendrick, the immigration minister, acknowledged didn't do anything. He was trying to be the leader, wasn't he? Useless. What's interesting is Elon Musk has gone after Farage as well. He says Farage should stand down as leader, simply because Farage hasn't backed Tommy Robinson, who seems to be the only person calling all of this out publicly. Where is it? This is pretty gross. You, Mohammed Karar, prepared her for gang anal rape by using a pump to expand her anal passage. You subjected her to a gang rape by 5 or 6 men, count 30. At one point, she had 4 men inside of her. A Red Bull was placed in her mouth to keep her quiet. Not only were you both involved in the commercial sexual exploitation of GH, you also used her for own self gratification. You both raped her when she was under 13 and when she was very young. And what happened was that the father went to try and rescue a daughter and the police arrested the father. Mental. In 2 cases, fathers tracked down their daughters and tried to remove them from the houses where they were being abused, only to be arrested themselves when police were called to the scene. In a small number of cases which have already received media attention, the victims were arrested for offences such as breach of the peace or being drunk or disorderly, with no action taken against the perpetrators of rape and sexual assault against children. So anyway, it's going down in the UK. Here, look, once again, free Tommy Robinson. So he's calling for the freedom of Tommy Robinson, who is supposedly a right-wing activist, and he's also calling for the resignation of the Prime Minister, and he's also calling for Farage to step down as leader. Here, look. The Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. And my mate Calvin says true words. Anyway, in the UK it's going down. Definitely don't come to the UK unless you want to rent my apartment, and then definitely come. Let's have a look at the UK. Let's have a look at the UK. Oh, we're hitting the value area high now. See that? We've hit it. Let's have a look at ETH. ETH is important. ETH is hitting the top end of the golden pocket. Coming into a little bit of resistance across the board. It's a tricky one, because we're pumping, but at the same time, how do you enter? You can't. You just have to just sit back and watch. Make sure you take profit. I mean, a few run alongs, but nothing big. This ETH BTC looks like a flag to me at the moment. Let's see if it comes into these single prints. Where are they? There's your single prints there. I think the next big entry is actually the VWAP, to be honest with you. The price can come to the VWAP and hit those single prints. That would be a really good entry. It'll be around 100,000, huh? But I mean, we have to see how the price behaves. You've got single prints, a slither of single prints here, and you've got kind of like a block of single prints. That's really the best entry there at 100,300, somewhere there, the VWAP. Right now in the current price action, anyone's looking to long somewhere around 1,500, 1,300 is the best entry. The rest is just chasing. All right. What I wanted to do is right, we're gonna have to reevaluate this later. Put these in the lower bracket. That's a good one. Fuck, Zeph is Zeph is not loving life, huh? Zephyr doesn't enjoy life. Ooh, that's miserable. That's against Bitcoin, isn't it? That's okay. Point of control has shifted. It's still okay. It's still okay because we haven't invalidated these lows yet. We haven't yet invalidated this move. This move has been invalidated, so that's out of question. Gone. And that one's gone. That's been invalidated. So that wasn't the two. So we're still correcting. Oh look, this is interesting. So actually it's not too bad. Just looking at it. Not too bad. Looks terrible, but it's not too bad. Because this could be, if we don't invalidate, be like an ABC like that. As long as we don't take the low there, it's going down though. As long as we don't take that low. If you take that low, then the next pump, dump the next pump effectively. If we take out that low on Zephyr, then it's kind of pointless. It's just flogging a dead horse, I guess. Trying to get this to move up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, maybe 2, 3, whatever. Right, so A, B, C. A, B, C. A, B, C. We're closer. We're very close. Definitely extended. Just because the 1-to-1 was here, I think. Was here. That's your 1-to-1. We haven't hit the 1272. I think that's a really important level, this value area low. I think if we can't, it would be very bad if we took out this low here. We wouldn't sell, but then the next pump would sell. There's a little bit of a harmonic here as well, isn't there? Let me have a look at that. Bat. It's a bat. You don't want a butterfly, you want a bat. A butterfly would also be bullish, but you're invalidating the first wave, which kind of sucks. I think it would be it wouldn't be that bullish if it happened like that. This is kind of where you want to rest here. For a bat, C is lower than the A, D is above the X. That's kind of what we want. This would be a butterfly. Both bullish harmonics. I think a bat would be better because you've got a higher low and then you're looking for the wave 3. Whereas if you butterfly, you're looking for the wave 1. And this is invalidated. And the next pump, you'd basically dump into the next pump and you just wait for that to finish. So this is kind of where we're at with Zephyr. So let me mark out this level here. This is going to be an absolute hard invalidation, I think, for this token. I think it was really terrible if we put in another low here, personally. validate wave 1, sell to next. So we're not there yet, huh? We're definitely not there yet. We're almost there, but we're not there. If we can get a daily swing failure of this pivot low, then that would be perfect. Effectively, we just need to get back above that pivot, flip it into support, whatever happens here, like that. That would be perfect, actually. So this is where we are with Zephyr. All right, it's good that I did that. Let me keep an eye on that. Let's just time it. Rubbish. One-to-one is basically today, you know, yesterday, today. Kind of we're on the one-to-one of this ABCD type move now. We've overextended because that's the one-to-one. That would be a perfect ABCD. So we've overextended. So this is a really important place for the price right now. Really important. And we've lost the 886. So that's weak, huh? But the volume is decreasing on the down move. And overall, we've got hidden bullish divergence because we've got a higher low on the price and a lower low on the MACD. We just need the price to not make a lower low. This low. It's a good place to buy, huh? All right, that's Zephyr. So look at this. Oh wow, look at that. Nice, I like that. This is nice. Nice bullish increase in value there. Don't really need to do anything with WLD. Look, it's looking good. Don't need to touch it. Whiff looks okay, huh? Whiff looks okay. It's back above that low, back above these lows. Looks okay at the moment. Whiff isn't too bad. This still looks good. It's a bounce off the value area high here for a back test. This is actually a really good setup because you've got this corrective move and then you've just come back in to test the value area high. Looks okay. Last 3 days we had a bullish engulfing candle. This looks pretty good. That looks good too, the ton coin. You've got a piercing candle on ton. Let me have a look at ton. I'm getting smashed with messages. Oh. Looks okay, a ton above this point of control. Oh, bless me. That looks okay. Token looks okay. Tier. Delete some of this stuff here. What is that shit? Oh, that worked. Let's get rid of this stuff. What's that one? Tier looks okay. Tier looks okay. Tire looked at. Wow, look at Sweller. It's a tricky one though, because you want impulsiveness. I don't know how impulsive this is. I mean, today is... I do wonder if we go back down on these tokens, which are kind of correctively coming up. But today is a really bullish engulfing day. So, I think it's got one more down though. It's got one more down move. Let's see. Sui's looking great. Look at that. Gartley played out really nicely to all-time highs. Really nice Gartley. Sui's looking strong as ever. Look at a swing failure now, actually. Can't tell if this is the move that started already. If that was the two. Can't tell. 2, 3. Two, 3, 4, 5, 1. Oh, what's the point of control? One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh wow, Solana's above the point of control now. It's amazing. If we take out that high, we could change market structure. We have a little bit of way to go on Solana. Ah, terrible. What's the momentum like? I think Connex is ready for a Gartley, to be honest with you. Just looking at it. I am wondering if I should buy some more. I'm gonna dump something and buy some Gartley. Connex. Power. Let's have a look at power. Is that any good? That actually looks quite good. Power looks quite good. Claw. That looks okay. Claw looks okay above the value area high. Looks in a really good place, to be honest with you. They're all good. Let's have a look at Cray. Oh my God, it went down very far and came right back up. What the fuck? Shit. There you go. It was a butterfly. Not a bat. Not a bat. A butterfly. It went all the way down to the golden pocket. Look at that. Oh my God, look how bullish that is now. That's like impulsive. It's actually looking good now. It looks really good now. Looks a lot better than what it was. Yes, finally. That was it. ABC, ABC, ABC. That was it. 1, 2, 3. That's your move. Look at the volume coming in. Volume, volume, volume. So we're good, actually. This looks good. It's back at the apex of the triangle. Bit of a gamble, huh? This one. Back above the point of control, back above the apex, back into the apex of that original triangle, into the value area high. This looks pretty good now. So possibly that was it. With your first wave. 1, 2, 3. Keep that. And keep that. Gray. This is I dumped my PLS coins. My friend's going to kill me if he finds out. I'm not going to tell him. I'll have to buy back in, otherwise he will find out. Oh, they look shit. The PLS coins look shit. Look at that. Underneath the point of control. Oh, it's weak. Very weak. I just bought Solana. I sold it and I bought Solana. I sold it at a profit after the dump, somewhere around here. I think I bought it down here. I sold my coins here and I bought Solana at like 180 something, 182 or something like that. And this continues to go down and Solana goes up. So Solana is my kind of safe haven if I'm worried about something. I get rid of these. I'm not interested in this. Although it was a good trade analysis, but I'm not interested in it. It's not enough volume. Right, let me see what else I'm looking at. Prop S, keep that. Claw looks okay. Argo coin AGC. Where is that? Ah. Okay, is that the value area low? That's okay. That's still okay. All right, still okay. Argo coin. Blender. I'm sick of Blender. E. No way. No chance. No. No. This is shit. This is really shit. I guess it's not too bad. It looks a bit like a Wyckoff accumulation, to be honest with you. After you got a pump, dump, and this is accumulation. Doesn't look too bad. It's just hard to see. Holding the 382. It's not too bad, actually. Fractal Bitcoin. Oh my god. What's that looking like? Fractal get Bitcoin. Oh my god, Feg. My Feg is down to $240. Shit. Trading for Feg has been suspended. Huh? Okay. I think it bounced back, didn't it? Let me have a look. Oh no, it's $350. Shit. My Feg is my Feg is fucked. Oh well, win some, lose some. Feg was a loss. Blender's quite good. Let's have a look at. I'm okay with Blender Feg. If I could dump it, I would, but I can't. Sailor. Let's have a look at Sailor. I've got some Sailor. Ooh, that's miserable. Oh, it looks really bad. Sailor. I'll get rid of that Sailor, I think. I do like that initial mover. 6,000%. That's a really big move. We're just underneath the golden pocket now. 73% down. Lost that impulsive move. What's that yearly time frame looking at? It's really bad. Increasing value. Right, I am actually going to go. Let's have a look at Bitcoin. Shall we look at the United Kingdom 2-year yield? It's going up. Of course it is. Such a useless government. 10-year yield going up. GBP losing value against the dollar. Of course it is. It's just a piece of shit. Useless government. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that. I still think we're going to pull back, huh? Still think we're going to pull back. All right, I'm going to go. We'll stream again tomorrow morning. We'll follow up. See what happens. Can't really see anything else apart from the initial pump. Coming into single prints now. Yeah, we got a little bit of bullish CVD, slightly, not really. Not really. OA is dropping. People are taking profit now. Liquidation. Yeah, it's not a great place. Oh, you exited Zephyr? Fuck me. You're right on the ball, huh? This is your portfolio, huh? You've got such a tight group of tokens, huh? What I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna join you in your quest. I've just got to think about how I'm gonna scale back. I'm probably gonna just sell a little bit of everything and just buy a little bit of yours, just to have. But I'm not gonna buy the pump. I think I've got ATH. Let me have a look. I've got a much more diverse portfolio than you. ATH. No, I don't know. You got rid of fractal Bitcoin. Yeah. You got rid of Cray as well. Cray went back up, huh? The only one that I've got on your list is layer 3. And I've got quite a good position in that one, actually. Yeah, my portfolio is a lot more diversified. I think there's going to be a place in time when everything pumps, just everything will go up. Um, Getting a little bit of bullish divergence now, very slight. All right, I'm probably going to go. Let's see what happens. We're into resistance. We're into the value area high. We're into the golden pocket. So we are actually into big resistance right now. ETH isn't showing strength against Bitcoin, so although there's really there's big bullish divergence here, but I think what I'd like to see now that we've gone above 100,000 for 100,000 to flip. Yeah, that would give me the confidence for higher prices. And we may not get down to 100,000 because there's those single prints in the way. I think that's what I want to see now, a nice back test of sorts, and then another attack of the golden pocket. So now that we've kind of cleared this area, this key area of 100,000, if we want to continue going up, the key here was flipping the point of control. Yeah, that was the key. We didn't swing failure the high, and it just went straight through. It wasn't even a squeeze. It was like just a market long, straight into the value area high. So for continuation, you need to flip the value area high into support. Otherwise, you go back down and you have to just attack it again and again, and then maybe we have a chance to get out, flip it, and then go up. So that's kind of what we were looking for now. In the meantime, if we start seeing alts start to pump as Bitcoin pulls back, then that's going to give us a clue about Bitcoin wanting to go up further. So as Bitcoin pulls back, as long as altcoins is holding steady and Bitcoin is pulling back more than altcoins, then it's going to give us confidence that actually Bitcoin wants to go higher. If altcoins start to pull back more than Bitcoin as Bitcoin pulls back, then we're into heavy resistance and it doesn't really look like it wants to go up. It will probably look like it wants to go down. That's kind of where I'm at right now. We're looking at the altcoins. Initially ETH, and then the strong ones are the ones to look at. So probably something like SUI is a good one to look at to see what it's doing. Because if Bitcoin wants to dump, then there's no way that SUI is going to hold. Yeah, SUI's kind of consolidating in this range. Took the highs, but it's still kind of in a consolidation pattern. Probably heading back to the lows. Another all-time higher, another all-time high. So SUI just keeps on putting in all-time highs. Let's have a look at Slurf. All right, I'm going to go. I'm going to see you tomorrow. see anything, I'll post it. We just have to see if Bitcoin can flip 100k now, that area. If it does, then that could be it. Then the low could be in, and we could be looking for all-time highs. And so that USDT was FUD, as we kind of imagined. It was FUD. It was FUD as always. Right. See altcoin and everyone else. See you until tomorrow.